Well, David, we've got a couple of people that are actually out there, a couple that live there, Blake and Brenda Brown. We had Blake on with a little panhandle winter storm a couple of months ago, and he is out there. His wife is from the Fritch area of Texas. I don't know if we've got a radar source available. If we can throw that up, kind of go through what's happening. All right, you can see streaks right there that are going left to right. That southern fire, David, is where they're located right now in the Fritch area. And you can see there is a boundary that has exploded the fire to the north that's up near Canadian, which is where we have Michael Beard right now dealing with some of the fire. And that cold front has got wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour, which is going to basically be a
just last minute checking houses and
exhaust for this big fire that's ongoing, or these several big fires that are ongoing. I know, from what I understand, unfortunately, the Browns there, they've had some family members' homes that have caught fire near Fritch. And I know several have also burned off to the northeast up near Canadian, but they've been working to get family members and loved ones out of the path of some of those fires. And once that boundary that's just to the north of town, north of Fritch, north of Borger, moves to the south here over the next 20 to 30 minutes, we're likely going to see a big blow up of that fire. And it may actually turn more toward the south as those winds behind the front come in out of the north into the panhandle there. Well, the fires were actually moving east northeast. The winds were out of the west to the west southwest originally. That's what is about to change as this frontal boundary interacts with the fires. We're going to begin to see those fires shift around pretty rapidly as we get a northerly wind, which is going to be about a 90-degree change in the wind flow there. So we may see those fires change direction pretty rapidly over the course of the next hour or so. So that's what we're monitoring right now. But it's very evident that we've got a big fire threat. You can see that there on the satellite, the Stardust satellite there from NOAA, that we're seeing very, very hot spots there indicated by the fires that are ongoing in the Panhandle. So we're going to have to watch this as the frontal boundary interacts. It's going through Stinnett, Sanford. Again, it's about to come through Borger, and that Fritch fire is likely going to blow up and maybe even turn toward the southeast maybe as the winds change direction here in the next little bit.
Yeah, we'll look at the winds in just a couple of seconds. But if you look, you can see from the origination point here on the satellite, watch it come across the western part of Oklahoma and then dive southward. You see the cloud deck there sort of coming southward, probably with a visible. You can see that a little bit more. But, you know, there is a boundary there that's headed southward. It's going to shift the wind out of this whole thing, and sometimes that can be a good thing when the winds do shift like that, because it'll just drive it back over itself where it's already burned. But in this situation, that is a very extensive fire that's ongoing there. The temperatures show you how far it goes off to the northeast, as Brett was just talking about, coming across into western Oklahoma here at the moment. And that's a big deal going on there, no matter how you look at it. Radar shows it quite well, as you can see. If I put that into motion, you'll notice that as it goes further away, we've got more of a signature. Again, that's the plume coming up in smoke that is dispersing, but it goes all the way over here into western sections of Oklahoma. The smoke expersion is the whole mass is headed on to the east like that. We don't really have another radar. I don't think any of these other radars would show it. BFD, well, I lied. That's way up there. If you're coming in from FDR, then Frederick, then you're coming way up into the atmosphere when you're talking about the beam at that point. So that means the smoke is really, really up there, 95 miles away, and you're still picking up smoke.
Yes, it's crazy to see that typically, but these fires are very intense. I'm gonna get with Jarvis. Jarvis, if you can, if we have Michael Beard's live imagery up there from that, I believe it's a Smokehouse Creek fire. Let's pull that live. That is live imagery, folks, of the fire up near Canadian. That's the one that's showing all of that really hefty smoke that is ongoing currently. The connection there is up and down, so it's going to be a bit. You can see some tankers and such there, though, in the area and some heavy equipment, but the connection's up and down. But Michael's been up there right in the middle of that here recently. So that is what's ongoing up there. A lot of homes in danger in that local area, and a lot of departments, even out of Oklahoma, have come over into Texas to assist with this fire situation.
Yeah, and it's going to be a the last few seconds there of that video, the wind is whipping, as you can see. There's lots of wind there. And if you look at where we are, I don't know if we can go to Google Earth here for just a second, come back to my iPad, and I'll show you. There's not a lot of huge population centers here. This is out into a wildlife management area off to the northeast from Glacier over to Higgins, and you cross over the border into Dunham. You're getting back over into the sections there of western Oklahoma, but this is all across the canyon here. Brett, I know you've been up in this area before.
Yep.
This is, again, not huge populations. You got the cities there, obviously, but then you go out to either farmland or really what can't be farmed overall. The Canadian River does go through there. Have you ever been through the Canadian River? Is it a river?
Yes. There's a river valley there with the Canadian River. A lot of that land, though, is north of the Palo Duro Canyon. A lot of that out there is canyon areas, but you've got homes and farmsteads and such out in that area too, though. It looks like we've actually got some people that are out there right now that are talking within our chat here. I'm going to see if I can get some more information. I'm even going to see if you'll take over for a minute, David. I'm going to see if I can't get Michael on here to talk to us.
Get Michael, or if we can get somebody that you feel confident is there, we can get them on our link to put them on live.
I know Michael's there, so let me see if I can get him.
Yeah, get Michael to run over and talk to somebody if you possibly can. Again, this is in an area that we've been talking about here for a while that was producing some really high winds with the boundary coming southward and everything else that's associated with it. And by the way, yes, we know there's a tornado watch up to the north that includes Chicago. We're going to be looking into that as we move along when we start to get warnings. In fact, if you look behind me here, we're looking at our hazard alerts that are currently in effect right now. These are severe thunderstorm warnings. Basically, there are 3 of them. Severe thunderstorm warnings into Illinois. It's Whiteside. We got Mercer underneath a severe thunderstorm warning here at the moment as well. So we're watching that. We are following all of that as we go through the rest of this evening. Into this evening, the severe weather threat will become a little bit of a bigger deal as we move along into the rest of this evening. Certainly, if we get a tornado warning, we'll pass that along to you also. But looking into both of these areas, I was trying to find, now there's Panhandle. So this is going to be just to the east of what is it, 87? State 87, US 87 actually is what we're looking at. So the whole of what we're looking at here basically is still that much of this runs along that valley there, that Canadian over to Durham and into the western side. And a lot of this, from the satellite imagery, I now know that it's pretty extensive what we were seeing that goes all the way over there. The hot spots that were showing up, I think some of that is probably going to be the ash above is still hot, by the way, so it's not unlikely that maybe the fire isn't way over there. I don't see a fire signature beyond what we've got there from Fitch and Borger maybe, and the Stinnett origination. I don't know that that's more fire over along 83 to Canadian and such. Not really sure about that, but we'll check into that as we move along. And once again, the satellite image tells one of the more potent stories here, if you will, about what's happening. There's the Western Panhandle again of Oklahoma, northern Texas, and the boundary that is coming through is a wind shift that is occurring as we speak. Winds will be coming in out of the north. And in just a couple of seconds, we'll take a look at, I'll try to find some information there. I know I can. In just a few moments, we'll look and see what our wind directions are, how they have shifted there into northern sections of the state of Texas as well. Radar is still complete with showing the fires burning there within the cities, and that's what's concerning us. North of Pampa, Texas, if you live or know somebody from Pampa, it's still north of Amarillo. We're looking probably from Amarillo up to the fires at about 35, 36 miles away, basically is what we're seeing from that. And as it heads on to the east, there'll be more showers and thunderstorms that'll be occurring off to the northeast than this. We won't have any precipitation there that helps the situation out at all. So pretty much what we're looking at. Again, I want to go to the satellite again and show you the boundary that we're talking about. Watch it coming across. You have to look underneath. These are high clouds, cirrus clouds that are on the northern edge of what's coming out of the southwest, the southwesterly flow. But you can see the boundary that was headed southward there, and some of the kick up from that as it's going into the western side of Texas and western Oklahoma, and then dipping on southward there too. So quite a bit of cloud cover. By the way, this southwesterly flow is going to be a stinker for quite some time. I live in the southeastern United States, and this is just going to be crap if you believe in the GFS, it's going to rain about every other day in the southeastern United States, especially down to the Gulf Coast and beyond, expecting quite a bit of rainfall down there. And I think it's kind of sad for me. I'd like to have a little bit of sunshine here, at least keep it for a little while longer. But that's certainly the case here at the moment. And we're still watching the areas off to the north that may be providing us with severe weather as we go into the rest of this evening and overnight tonight. In fact, let's just take a look at it here. If we can, we'll talk about the severe weather possibilities from SPC. They issued an enhanced risk a little while ago. This became enhanced from the Severe Storms Prediction Center. The areas that we're basically looking at that are enhanced are going to be right across the Ohio Valley. You can see them right here, basically from northern Kentucky, right there along the Ohio River, northward into southern Indiana, Illinois, and then the enhanced risk that we have all the way up there into Chicago, Illinois, and southeastern Wisconsin. That is an enhanced risk for strong thunderstorms. The potential for tornadoes to occur is also being mentioned here in the whole risk. We got about a 10% there for those two areas just south of Chicago. And it looks like Louisville northward, basically, and along the river is the better chances for seeing the probability and possibility of tornadoes across that area. Wind is also going to be formidable in some of these places. We're looking at winds in excess of 30 to 40 miles per hour in quite a few of these situations. It may be even greater than that when you get around thunderstorms that could be potentially 45 to 50 miles per hour. And I know we got wind that goes all the way down into the southern United States. The hail potential is there as well. Moreover, up around Chicago into that northeastern corner of Illinois and beyond, where we see some of the heavier and stronger shower and thunderstorm chances there that have rotation associated with them, basically because that's where the low pressure is moving. And tomorrow, it's a marginal risk there into the eastern United States, roughly from northern Tennessee all the way back up into the northeastern United States, into New England, where all that passes on by. So still looking at the likelihood of some strong thunderstorms as far south as as far south as Cape Girardeau, I think, and beyond. There may be some of the bigger thunderstorms that occur there later on tonight as the front passes on by. And we got that. We're going to be watching that. Storm reports at the moment, we don't have any, but that probably is going to change as we move along. We do have a couple of meso discussions that we've been following from the Weather Service. This one is for snow, believe it or not, heavy bands of snow with occasional snow squall conditions. This is going to be, well, I blew it. This is going to be off to the northwest here, obviously. You can see from just to the west. This is southern Minnesota, by the way. Sioux Falls over to Worthington and southward down to Sioux City. heavy bands of snow coming in. These are going to be some 2-3 inch snows that could be falling here across this area, coming into southern Minnesota, northwestern Iowa, and the eastern side, Lincoln, Nebraska. Probably later on tonight, you'll see some of that stuff coming on in. One of the discussions that we have there, and there are several more that have to do with severe thunderstorms that have been out over the past 30 minutes or so too. I'm not really sure why, but the whole SPC, a lot of people probably using SPC for the day-to-day, and so you can see some of the products not really coming in that well. The watches that we have, this is a tornado watch off to the north. It includes Rockford, Illinois, Chicago, back over to Moline, and as far south as Peoria, really, running eastward, just to the west of South Bend and beyond. More showers and thunderstorms building across those areas as we go through the next several hours. And there is a moderate, you can see we're talking about a moderate area there as far as the likelihood goes of some tornadoes and also some large hail. This is what the Weather Service is talking about here. Tuesday afternoon, this is from Severe Storms Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. 10 p.m., the threats, few tornadoes likely. Couple of intense tornadoes are possible now. When they word it like that, we really pop up. There's some wording that we always look at as meteorologists and we interpret because we can't see their faces. And so some wording sometimes causes us concern. This says a couple of intense tornadoes are possible with large hail. The alternative to that is saying a few tornadoes possible or something of that nature. And so kind of what we're looking at there as we go through, and they're saying the next hour or two that is a possibility as we go into the 10 p.m. hour tonight. Brett, are you there?
Yeah, I've spoke to Brandon. I was just going to let you know we've got Blake Brown is going to jump on. He's at the Fritch Fire, and I believe Michael Beard at the Canadian Fire is going to jump on. Trying to get a clean link really quick for Mike. Well, for actually both of them. Is there a clean link anywhere that I can get?
Clean link.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the clean link in the room link for this real fast. Give me just 1 second, guys. I do note that we've had, I think this is the part that I don't have to, there we go. Just 1 second, copy that, there we go. For some reason it was given an external.
Yeah, I'm not happy with that either.
Piece of external information that was unneeded. Sorry about that. And we'll send this on to Blake.
Jarvis, I got another pad on there if you want to take it with a radar looping as well, if you wanted to take it at any point. There's our satellite image, by the way, the one that we were talking about just a few moments ago, something that we were, sort of been watching here overall because it does give us a good description of what's happening. But I don't know if there's anything better than the temperature. Look at the temperatures here. This is what does so well. Brett, I see another couple of fires, it looks like, popping westward now. A brand new one.
Yeah, there have been some small fires that haven't been showing as hot spots because they haven't been all that large. You're going to see the larger fires that are burning there on that satellite imagery. But now, as you noted, back over to the south and west, we're starting to see some of those fires. I want to say that that's going to be west of Amarillo there. Yeah, that definitely is. That fire that started up over there is south of Channing, Texas, between Channing and Vega.
Yeah, we can see it on the radar, actually. Go to the radar, and Drew. Go to the radar, and you see it on the last couple of images. That's popping up right now on 385, it looks like. US 385. It's going to be just to the south of Channing. That's a brand new fire, Brett. Like 2 scans of it, actually. Popped up. Maybe 1 scan, actually. Popped up. Let me zoom out on this a little bit. So, I don't think we have that pad yet. There it is. So, again, let me show you where we are. I don't want to just go to that. This is the northern Texas panhandle here. That's Oklahoma, But Amarillo is right here, and if you go north and west of Amarillo, there's another fire popping up right there that you can see. I'll put it into motion to show you. It wasn't there, then boom, there it is. So it's one scan that's, I mean, it's a little, it's almost explosion-like, but normally it starts out as a small blip or two, but this one went full mode right there, and that's right on the U.S. highway, which is a little concerning as well. I don't even know if there's a little town there.
Yeah, that's an intersection out there, David. I
Yeah.
don't think there's much in the way of towns. But north and south are primarily where the towns are. And guys, everybody's asking if I know what's causing these fires. No, there is no lightning because there's no active thunderstorms. But what I can tell you is in these cases, a lot of fires get started very oddly. Chains that are being drugged by a trailer or a truck spark on the roadway, and they can start fires like this. While that's pure speculation, I don't have an answer for you as to what started these just yet. I just know that they've gotten, as you saw, David, this one blew up really fast. Out there, but the winds are increasing ahead of that front, right along it and ahead of it. And then behind it, they're extremely strong too. So we're going to see anything that has a small flare really blow up. As you see there, that latest radar image, it's really starting to crank there on that corridor there to the south of Channing. So 385, if you're along there, you're going to see a lot of smoke and some fire. And again, the fire over near Fritch has been hit, and it's began to shift. It's starting to spread toward the south, is what Blake told me on the phone just a little bit ago. And I believe Blake and Brenda are going to try to get in here along with Michael Beard that's over near Canadian to talk to us about some of what's actually going on in that area.
Yeah, so again, there's the radar image that we see, and most of which, has been kind of more or less, we've been watching what's off to the east there, moving over into Oklahoma. And I don't know, Brett, I'd really like to know what's going on here because it looks like the two merged. It looks like there's one fire now. I don't know if that is the case, but...
Well, that smoke plume right there is actually just coming off one fire on that far left tail. Now,
but there were two, were there not? And I think it kind of looks like the north one blew out or something.
Well, the smoke from the north one is actually intersecting the southern fire now because all the smoke plumes being blown to the south. What'll have to happen is we need to see that boundary once it gets closer to I-40. We'll see if that fire is still active. You should see a small area where the plume then starts to regenerate and blow off toward the south or the southeast. But yeah, I'm looking. Okay, we've actually got Michael Beard on right now. Jarvis, if you're here, if we can get Michael patched in, I'm gonna just ask. And Mike, can you hear us right now? Oh, he's dead in the water. There he goes. I just heard him. Michael, we're going to get you patched in, and Brandon's going to get you patched in. Tell us where you are and what you're seeing. I believe you're on the fire that's closer to Canadian, correct? Jarvis, if you can take his video, if we've got it, take it. Okay, so this fire actually split with the winds. Okay.
Yeah.
So right there, we've got a locked up image of your stream. So what you're saying, I see the smoke and I see the power lines there. So you're saying you're in a location where there's a home or multiple homes burning currently? Yeah, I'm here.
We can't hear him. Do we hear him? I do.
All right, so okay, so there's again, guys, we don't have any confirmation on how the fires have started. What we do know is that the fires have gotten going and they are burning pretty wildly as the winds have fanned them. And obviously terrain has become part of the issue out there. So several fires, if you're in the Canadian area and you're going down, I guess is that 83? That's 60 and 83 there going out of Canadian. That's a problem area. And then you've got another fire over near 33 that goes over toward Oklahoma. You need to just kind of stay out of these areas as these things burn, because the winds are blowing so strongly right now. They're having a very hard time keeping them contained.
Yeah, let's talk about that. If we can pull my iPad back up, I can show you some of the winds here. There's some 50-mile-per-hour winds that are beginning to show up here in some of these areas. I should have gone a little bit bigger with what we had there overall, but these are the winds currently. You see, it's a northerly wind behind this little boundary that went by, west to east wind across the rest of the area. But these are some high winds just north of Pampa. There's a 48-mile-per-hour gust there, and if you look at the ASOS here, this is from the airport there in Pampa, Texas. I just want to show you some of these winds are gusting to last. There was a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust there in Pampa. Several of them, Brett, through the day today. There have been some 60-mile-per-hour winds gusting, sustained at 48. There's a sustained at 49 in Pampa at 235. So some incredible winds have been blowing there. Visibility is super low because of the right there it says 1.25 haze. You could say that is smoke now in Pampa, Texas, and the temperature fell like a rock there. But notice these winds and how much they were gusting just behind the actual system in Pampa and right up there to the north where we had some 38. There's some 38-mile-per-hour gusts in Perryton. We don't have any information from Canadian. But then you go back to the west here where we have the second fire that we were looking at just a few moments ago, and it doesn't look as significant as it did there, Brett. Looks like it might be kind of waning there a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But that is a little fire there that's going on just to the south of the town of Channing, which is also in an area here where we have some high winds. I mean, we're looking at some of these winds gusting well over 50 miles per hour. The Dalhart, this is going to be the municipal airport there. The last couple of readings, 33 gusting to 41. and even higher. There's some wind gusts. I think the highest I see right now is 44 miles per hour. Some winds gusting in and out of the northeast. Notice it was out of the west to begin with. The little boundary went on by. Notice barometric pressure went up. Boundary went by. And now it's a northeast wind, actually. And quite a bit of haze into the area there also. So some winds associated with it across all of that area, and that's going to be the case as we go through the rest of this evening and into the night tonight. And I don't know if there's containment here. If you look at the radar, go back to the radar really quick, and you can see what we're looking at here overall is the wind is beginning to take, at least what we see is the whole big area of soot and ash that's up into the air. The smoke that's up there looks like it's pushing it southward, and the origination of the fire is no longer I don't know. It could be that the fires are contained.
It's deceiving. No, we're not going to go there. I don't think that the fires are contained by any stretch. It's going to be a few minutes to watch the front push down, and we're going to see changes in the way that these things look on radar. Matter of fact, look at that last image. You can see where it looks like the fire origination point now has a north to south orientation there. You see that?
Yeah.
The one at Fritch on the south side of town, it's just east of 136. You can see some pixels there blowing north to south. I guarantee you it's going to take a minute for the radar to pick up on this, but you're going to see the orientation of the fire kind of change there south of Fritch. And we're going to see some of that smoke begin to blow off toward the south because it's a frontal boundary that's going through it. And as you said, there's winds gusting 50, 60 miles per hour behind that front right now that we're seeing. And we should see some of these fires begin to change their orientation right there. That's right. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing those change direction. So I got a bad feeling that we're going to see some of that point down toward the south. Now, I don't know what type of fuel is there for these things to burn, which that'll be good news for the town of Borger and those areas that have dealt with the fire and the smoke going over town. That smoke is going to shift down toward the south. There's going to be some smoke down toward Amarillo from these things, maybe to the east, Panhandle, Claude, Groom, those areas, Allen Reed along that Interstate 40 corridor here in the next hour or so, going to be a thick area of smoke that traverses down toward the south.
Well, I know the wind shift could sometimes does help you when it comes to these sort of situations. The wind shifting from another direction can send the flames right back over where they just burned. But this is quite unique here to have a boundary go through as you're looking at something brand new like that and building over all of that area too. Like I said, we still have we have a new tornado warning now for Henry up in Illinois. You want to go to that, B?
Let's shift directions and go toward that for a moment. We've actually got people live in the field up there as well, so most definitely let's shift gears a little bit and move up into Illinois for a few moments.
Big storm, actually. Take a look at this. This is an obvious tornado there. You can sort of see it. You can come back to my iPad here for just a moment. And these are supercell storms now. These are looking pretty wicked, especially this one right here just to the west of It's on I-80. That is a huge storm. Right now, the National Weather Service has indicated a tornado warning here for the next 40 minutes. This is going to be for central Henry County in northwestern Illinois. Goes till 6:15. Severe thunderstorm producing a likely tornado near Morristown, 7 miles to the northwest of Cambridge. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Central Henry County now underneath this tornado warning. Strong indication of a likely tornado associated with this system just to the south and east. As far as the velocity data goes, still a little bit. Let's go to SRV here and see. Still not a tight gate-to-gate shear couplet there at the moment, but it's not a pretty storm at all. And there's several more there to the north, Brett.
Yeah, that storm though that we've got, is he near that particular storm, Jarvis?
I see lightning.
I see a couple of things of lightning. What's got me interested about that particular storm, though, David, if you look, we got huge hail in it. The vertically integrated liquid's off the scale there. But for me, I'm starting to see that as a broad convergent pattern that has got organization from the top down. So I expect this storm to continue rapid intensification there along that 82 corridors just south of US 80, southwest of Atkinson, going north of Cambridge. But we're starting to see we've got a very good hook echo that's defined there on radar. And we're starting to see some of those velocities show convergence. It's a little broad right now, but it's showing convergence not just at the lower level, but it's showing convergence pretty good ways up the column, up 10, 20,000 feet. And that storm may even make an attempt to right turn on this latest frame. It looks like that may be what it's doing.
I'm like you. Look at the hook. Heck of a hook.
Very good looking hook. Very good looking hook. Let me see. Brandon said in my ear a minute ago that we had potentially had Brandon Ivy up there.
Yeah,
on that
pull him
storm.
up because he's got a lot of lightning in his off in his foreground.
There we go. He's moving toward that storm. Then I guarantee you. Let's see. Okay, so he's actually westbound, looking at this particular storm. If you're watching here, you can watch these feeds on livestormchasing.com. We've got location positions and whatnot on the map there with our storm chasers that are out on these storms. Now, Brandon, let's see. Brandon's actually up near Compton, Illinois at this point. So he's just to the northeast of these storms, but he's getting in the general vicinity. He's going to move down toward the west and south and get in position to intercept these particular storms over the next little while. So, yes, we've got multiple videographers out. I've got another one for you, Jarvis. I'm going to drop in the same location. Adam Lucio, good friend of mine, is out up there currently. And he is headed westbound on 80, moving toward the general direction of these severe storms as well. So we got several eyes to the sky, as you can see there. Brandon's got a really good feed coming out, lots of lightning as he moves in the direction of that storm, David.
Yeah, and still, like you said, velocity data, not exactly what you'd think. It's very close to the radar, so we got a good signature here overall. Now, we do have some strong outbound wind going with this system. The inbound is not that particularly strong, but the actual reflectivity here is quite, I mean, it's pretty impressive here at the moment. With a little hook right there, you actually got a large hail, I mean, a big-time hail core just south of I-80. If I was driving anywhere there, I would stop somewhere in Atkinson or somewhere else to let that go by, because that's the kind of stuff that could cover the road really, really quickly. There's some large hail there. Brett was just talking about it a few moments ago. One of the products that we use is showing that this is going to be off the charts here, and you can see this is, well, that's the old one. How about we try a nicer one? And you can see here, this is the density of the object. Basically, it's telling us that it's a really a very dense, large object coming across I-80 here at the moment. Geneseo, I think is the way you pronounce that, just south of I-80, and it's about to come across in the next few frames. This is going to just pop right across the interstate. You see it coming in from the southwest, move northeastward, and come into the area there just to the west of Atkinson, along County 82 and County State Road 6, it looks like, and I-80 is where you would actually run into that thing here at the moment, and it is a doozy there on the eastern side. A couple of more storms, too, by the way, as we were just looking at the HAZ alerts. Still, we have a severe thunderstorm warning off to the north here. Severe thunderstorm warnings for the next hour and a half. They went ahead and went with that. 60-mile-per-hour winds here just off to the north into Amboy. That's going to be in effect there across Ogle and Lee counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings. And then another storm that has the look, if you want to say so, and some large hail being reported here. Hail up to an inch in size reported by the public. That's going to be just to the southwest. Severe thunderstorm warning there near Viola. And this is saying that we have ping This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to say in television. Ping pong ball-sized hail is being reported here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball-sized hail in Mercer County, near the Mercer County Fairgrounds there. It's moving to the east at 25 miles per hour. And, Brett, we're probably going to end up seeing some really large hail up here from some of your guys in the next hour or two.
Yeah, David, it wouldn't surprise me if we see baseball or maybe even larger size hail up in that area too, because that is kind of the possibility that we've got going on right now, at least from what we're hearing. And within the watch area, the Weather Service warned that there would be the possibility of just extremely large hail. You can kind of see some turning up to the northeast there where that severe thunderstorm warning is located, up near Harmon, just to the northwest of Sublet. You can kind of see some spin in there. I'm wondering if we're going to see a cell merger and that thing become a very large supercell as well as it continues to develop and explode northeast of this initial tornado warning. So we're about to have multiple issues up in this region from far east Iowa up into northern Illinois.
Obviously, when you get further and further to the east, we get higher and higher in population. Now you're coming over into DeKalb County and into Algonquin, and eventually I think it's going to end up a little bit north, at least the initial storm's a little bit north of Chicago, but coming into the area there at a bad time of evening, 6, 7 o'clock, coming into there. And that is just now moving into the tornado warned area, by the way. Tornado watch area, by the way, that goes over to Chicago and goes as far north as Kenosha and as far south as Kankakee, down to the south. So there is a watch that's included there that certainly we'll be watching out for that. We have been, and we've been talking about it now for a little while, so we'll continue to follow that theme going into the next few hours, as well as what's happening back to the west. We were still, just a few moments ago talking about fires that were going on there into the northern parts of Texas, which gets really complicated because there's some stuff going on there with a boundary that's headed through the area that's changed the direction of the wind, which would also change the direction of the flow of whichever way the direction that the fires are moving, Brett.
David, Brandon, do you have Blake Brown should be ready to go here video-wise? Do you have Blake available? It says he's waiting in the room on his end, so I'm trying to get him involved here, guys. Just 1 second. Blake's down there on that Fritch fire. He sent me a message and said he saw several fire whirls or fire nados, the largest ones he's ever seen.
Wow.
In front of him, but they were actually having to run from that particular situation versus being in a safe spot, so he had to get out of the way of that. Hold on. Trying to work with Blake to get him in here. David, you can continue, but I'll work on that.
Yeah, Jarvis, take the other iPad for a second. Let me see if I can find some more information here if we can. So that's the actual tornado warning that we have up there, and you can see the red box is the tornado watch that's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. That box there indicating the tornado watch that we're also talking about. So with all of that in mind, it's going to be a little wild here over the next couple of hours as to what's basically going on with all these storms as they move on and make their way eastward over the next little while here going into the rest of this evening. Some of the storms are pretty strong. Some of them are producing some super high winds, even without the frontal boundary helping the situation out there at all. That's pretty much what we're looking at overall. The other part of this, and I wanted to take a look at some of the other information here. Actually, I'll tell you what I'd like to do is maybe go over and take a look at what the forecast is holding here and sort of see if I can pull up Chicago, and we'll go in here and take a look at what we are expecting. The frontal boundary that's moving on eastward. This I don't want to say is prolific, but if you go back in time, you go back to a week ago, this is the same system that the Severe Storms Prediction Center was expecting, the 15% that they were talking about a week ago. That seemed a little bit, a little early. because the bullseye for that was a little bit further south in the southeastern United States. That indicated, it looked like it might be pretty far down to the south that all this was going to really be occurring, and actually the low pressure moving a little bit further to the north was the reasoning for the enhanced risk that was issued during the day today, and why this is all now really associated with this system. We have CAPE values that are really high up here into this area, and if you pull in my other iPad, we eventually got to name these. We now have a new tornado warning, by the way. The second storm, this is what Brett was just talking about, and I'm gonna pull it up here in the same spot. The second storm down to the south that we were looking at does have some span. The one that we mentioned looked a little odd there, and it is. So now we have a new tornado warning in effect for the next 44 minutes. 1.5-inch size hail being seen here. This is from the Quad Cities National Weather Service office. It's East Central Mercer County, southwestern Henry County. You're underneath a tornado warning now in northwestern Illinois until 6:30 this evening. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near New Windsor, about 14 miles to the southwest of Cambridge. It's moving east at 30. Ping pong ball size hail still indicated here as well. And a possible tornado, where would that be? Just to the west of US 150, it looks like, north of County 17 in Viola. And right there is your likely tornado occurring within this system. The inbound and the outbound showing up in velocity here. A little bit of spin right there that we're looking at, but the likely tornado is going to be somewhere into this area, right about there, and moving in this direction, and we'll be following that. Where does that go? That goes over to Andover and Cambridge. If you follow that up the line, Andover and Cambridge would be next in line. There's also been a report of large hail right into this same area. Train spotter has measured about 3/4 inch size hail there. Train spotter, it's occurring right now. He's underneath this storm, just 2 miles to the north of New Windsor. So some large hail already being reported in both of those areas. But now we have a second tornado warning. Just so you know, a second tornado warning separate in 2 supercell thunderstorms that are now occurring just to the southeast of Davenport. We have good radar indication of both of those. Now that we're looking at, the radar coverage is great down here into this area, looking southward and eastward. It looks like, Sheffield, you're a little bit south of what we're looking at. And then a little bit further to the north, Tampico into Sterling, you're also going to be affected as well. Brett, yell at me when you're back up.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. You just tell me when you.
Let's throw it over to the HazAlerts product real quick, Jarvis. I want to show. You can see the populations here with the severe thunderstorm warning up there with 1.5-inch hail in DeKalb. That's almost 750,000 people up there, guys. These 2 tornado warnings, you've got almost 10,000 people in each one of those, Henry and Mercer in Henry County, Illinois. Those tornadoes are still radar indicated at the moment, but you can see the hail size is beginning to tick up on our warnings as these cells grow larger. And I'm going to tell you, David, I think we need to go to that Henry County, the northern initial tornado warning. I think we're about to get a touchdown if we don't have one already just southwest of Atkinson. Let's go back to the radar there, Brandon, to show that. That is a very intense. Let's zoom in there on the northern tornado warning. We've got a great looking hook echo on that thing now, and that is that's really getting its act together here. And we've got 2 of our storm spotters moving in that general direction and should be there here pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's about as prototypical of a tornado, along with a hook echo showing up there and coming back around. It's an obvious tornado. It's not a small tornado. You can pretty much count on that. It's a well-formed, mature storm there at the moment, and that's going to be crossing over the interstate. I don't know if you got anybody up in that general area. A little debris ball looks like it's trying to pop up there pretty well, too. And
yeah, I just see a hook. I don't see debris yet. I'm looking really in depth at it right now. I see the hook starting to wrap around. I don't looking at the velocities, they're still a little bit broad. Not quite on the gate-to-gate spectrum, but
still
we're not
aren't
far.
Yeah,
definitely not far from problems. I'm tilting up a little bit. One of the big indicators is if you go up in the atmosphere with the storm, you can kind of see the intensity of the rotation at depth. And David, if you go back to your storm relative velocity there, there's no real debris ball yet. You can see inflow there, but go to tilt 3 and tilt 4, and you can see that there's a big bit of convergence beginning to take place at the higher tilts on velocity. Go to the SRV there, Super Res SRV, and go to tilt 3 and tilt 4, and you can see we're starting to see good velocities now at depth, a little broad, but that mesocyclone is definitely starting to get its act together and begin to roll. And before too long, we're likely going to see that translate down toward the ground, potentially a tornado situation. Problem is, this cell is headed toward Anawan and Mineral, Illinois there. And eventually, if it continues going down the pipe, it's going to head into some more, population over toward Princeton and those areas. But it's going to get near that Interstate 80 corridor here within the next 30 to 40 minutes. That's going to create problems as that storm rolls off toward the east rather quickly. But you can see the intensity of that thing is really starting to get that shape there in the velocities aloft.
Yeah, this tilt 4. 1.7 degrees, looking up into the storm there, just a little bit higher, which isn't going to be that high because the radar's not far away, but I don't know, does it even...
It's still showing that you see the massive convergence there, though, as that's still, 30 miles away from the radar. That gives you a better look. We're starting to get deeper. The more it moves away from the radar, the more we're going to see a higher scan there at the higher tilt. So top down, I think that thing's really starting to spin pretty hard, though.
Yeah. Whoa.
Let's see here.
Second storm down to the south. Yeah, let me add a couple things here, too. Oh, I got everything there.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to Ivy, Brandon Ivy's feed here as he's moving in that general direction. You can see it's starting to darken pretty quickly here. Video is going to be up and down, but starting to get darker there now. And lightning is going to be the key. Being able to see these storms, these potential tornadoes, you're going to have something to light it up. And unfortunately, it's going to be lightning or power flashes as we get later and later into the evening.
Yeah, you can see on the left, if you focus on the left-hand side a little bit, you can see there's still a little daylight there. So he's looking into the storm as he drives through that area. This is Brandon Ivy again, who's been around for a while. This isn't his first rodeo. And not to make light of it. Go ahead, Brett.
He's definitely the ones that a constant guy that's in the field. He's out there quite a bit for us, so he knows exactly what he's sending himself into.
Trimmed a little bit off of the tornado warning, you can see, because the storm's actually past, what is that, County 82, so they've trimmed it off and kind of reshaped it there a little bit. You got your hail off on the northern side of this. And then the curl that we're looking at there, the hook that shows up very well right through here. This is going to be hail coming down right here, and it may be fairly large. I know it was reported back over here a few moments ago as being, let me get rid of that, and 1.5-inch size hail right there. And Geneseo, it looks like, being reported by one person, 1.25 there by amateur radio. And pretty big, ugly sort of situation still unfolding there across that region. We got, a couple of cells there. It looks like trying to maybe come together. I don't know what's happening there. But this is the loner that always needs to be paid attention to. And yep. Brett, this is, this is coming from I got a little information from the governor from Texas.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about the fire declaration.
Yeah, disaster declaration for 60 counties in response to the widespread wildfire today. Additional counties might also be added, but it's Governor Abbott and also directed the Texas Division of EMA to activate the state emergency response resources to support the local firefighters there. He said he issued a disaster declaration today to ensure critical fire response resources are swiftly deployed to those areas in the Texas Panhandle for those who are being impacted. Hot, dry conditions and high temperatures, windy conditions expected in the region for the coming days, and these could increase the potential for these wildfires to grow larger and more dangerous. Texans are urged to limit activities that could create sparks, as we were talking about just a few moments ago.
Yep. So many different things, man. So many different things that can cause these things to grow and to blow up. So in regards to the fires, that's a pretty substantial issue. Tell you what, we're going to go down to that area here in a few moments. I actually think I want to pull up a Twitter feed, Jarvis, if we can do that here in just a few moments. Pull up Blake Brown's Twitter feed, and we can then show some of those videos from that particular element.
Do you need me to do that, Jarvis?
Yeah, just pull his feed up from that. Just search for Blake Brown Twitter, and it'll show some of the fire videos. I want to kind of go through those. He's unable to get on. I don't know. We got a technical difficulty, but I want to show what he's seeing. Since we've got so many people, I'm monitoring chat. We've got so many people that are actually watching for the fires right now. Is that Blake's feed there? Okay, so that's Beard's feed. There's
of the truck.
See, we've got.
You talking about the truck, B?
I'm talking about his whole feed.
Is on Twitter?
Yeah, hold on. He's got several videos that are up on his Twitter. Blake Brown WX is his Twitter.
Yeah, I got him. I just didn't know which video you were talking
No, it's
about.
down below that. That's several videos. Just what we're going to do is we'll go down. There you go. Those videos. You can start with that top one if you want to. And yeah, that's some of the video that they were dealing with over into Fritch. I think that one's actually from La Force yesterday. Right there, David. If you want to go to the video that was just above that one on the feed, yeah, that one is from Fritch. Pretty extreme fire behavior that's been ongoing there this afternoon. That's from Blake Brown. He and his wife, Brenda, great people that work with us. And she had some family. She's from that area. They had to get some family out from, basically the path of the fires this evening. Everybody's safe, thankfully. But that's the kind of fire environment that the governor has put a disaster declaration up for portions of the Panhandle this afternoon and the evening.
Can I show the one above that of the truck?
The one of the truck is an older video, a much older video from years ago. Yeah, the winds. The winds can knock over semis out there, gusting 70, 80 mile per hour. But so
you see this has an observed. Yeah, you see this has an observed tag. It's confirmed.
I was just about to say, go back to the radar. We've got a tornado now approaching Interstate 80. Wow, velocities. We talked about that velocity signature tightening up at low level. Now we actually have debris, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, we may have some debris in there with that signature, David, that's just southeast of Atkinson now.
About to cross over the interstate, basically, just a few miles east of Atkinson is the signature. Wait a minute, I'm still on 4. Let me get down to tilt 1 again. We
got a noisy signature there for debris on the lowest level, but you can see that hook as it wrapped. It's turned north. It's about to go through what we call an occlusion, I do believe. but it's definitely a likely tornado down in there somewhere, moving right over the interstate or approaching the interstate right now at 80 there east of Atkinson.
Just in that little bitty dip just to the west of Anawan. Now it's kind of a little bit parallel to the, it didn't go across right there, so it's still running a little bit east, if you will, and you can see the way the interstate goes right there. The interstate goes a little bit northward, so it's going to parallel that. Probably won't cross until we get a little bit further off to the east here, maybe just to the west of Anawan, because it looks like right now maybe that's our trajectory. Let me back it up a little bit and see if I can see that a little bit better.
We had a report of a tornado 3 southwest of Atkinson just about 7 minutes ago, and I think that may be what prompted it as that couplet moved to the east, and that was via a storm chaser from that report. It looks like we do have a CC drop though with the with that little ball, but it really looks like it's about to occlude out.
What Brett's talking about is the anomaly in this product. This is, if you don't know much about CC at all, basically what it's doing is looking for something different than rainfall. So all the rainfall comes up in pink here, basically. And you have to look for something that's a little bit anomalous to the whole, and that's what's going on, I think, here around it, just to the west of Anawan. You can see a little bit. It is moving. The anomaly is moving, so it's not a great signature there either, but there's your tornado. I have no doubt that is a tornado right there into the area. Just to the west of Anawan, you got some decent, look, this is going to be like 65 or so. In one direction, you got another, a little bit of, probably somewhere between, I don't know, this isn't a good
all right.
80, 90 miles an hour.
And we've got another tornado warning now with that storm to the northeast. Up there, the one that's in high oh wow, the Brandon Ivy is right in front of that. If we've got his feed, Jarvis, I was just looking at his current location.
Brandon Ivy right there.
Guys, I may end up out of here for 10, 15 minutes, but I will be coming back if you lose me, just FYI.
Oh, this is over there near one of my favorite spots in Paw Paw. Just to the west of Paw Paw in Sublet. South and east of Amboy. Some large hail, 1.5 inches right there that was reported a few moments ago. Ping pong ball sized hail down to the south of there. Another 1 inch size hail report there as well. So that's Henry and Bureau County. Henry and Bureau that's underneath the tornado warning here at the moment, just to the west of I-39. It's radar indicated 2 inch hail being within this storm. It's northwestern LaSalle County. Northwestern LaSalle County. And that's going to be eastern Lee County in north central Illinois. Till 6:45, severe thunderstorm producing a tornado. Hail up to 2 inches in diameter. About 5,000 people within this polygon here at the moment. And still moving on to the east. It has a radar indicated tag with it, but we have we have one observed really in this Henry County storm. Back to the south and west, crossing over the interstate right now. No doubt here really at all that this is a couplet, this is a tight couplet that's occurring here at the moment. Now they reissued this tornado warning a little bit further on to the east now. So almost an eastward movement to this storm instead of north and east, really. The likely tornado is going to be right in this area along I-80, just to the north and west of Anawan, moving across the interstate here within the next few moments and headed eastward. This is what we call gate-to-gate shear. Right in that area right there is your tornado. And about to just parallel the interstate. Somebody along, when you see this sort of a situation, you know somebody's hunkered down there on the interstate and probably taking video of it. But it should cross over the interstate here very shortly and go something like this. It looks like we would take it north of Mineral, and north of that area, they're from Mineral, and it's going to be US 34, it looks like. So it just crossed over the interstate as we speak. Look, we just got the So, I mean, you look at it and you say, no, it's on the interstate. No, it's off the interstate. We got this image. There's at least 2 minutes here of lag from when we get this. And in 2 minutes, do you know how far that storm could have traveled? So I would suspect it's even further off to the north. It's something like this. And still headed northeastward here. But right now we've got the observe tag on that. Hail is pretty large in this storm as well. Moving on to the east, there are 13,400 people who are now involved in this warning. A little bit south of Chicago, but as you get further to the east, there's more and more. There will be more and more people who will be involved in this tornado warning. Moving on eastward, and that's the second cell, the first cell off to the north. Look, we have another one right here. There's no reason why this one doesn't have sort of the same potential. Don't really see exactly. It's kind of broad. There's a little spin right there, maybe, showing up just south of Andover that we'd be looking at. Our relative velocity sort of shows that up into the upper atmosphere. Let's see if we can go up a little bit more. There's still, there's some rotation right there you can see. And as you go up in a little bit higher here, you can certainly see where the spin here at level 3 is 1.2 degrees. And let's see how far away we are from the actual radar site here. Beam height's at 4,500 feet. We're 35 miles away. So that's a pretty good indication of what's happening here overall is the storm moving eastward at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Let me get back down to tilt level here. Just don't do that anymore. Large hail involved here as well. I don't know if you look at it, it's not the same sort of signature we had a few moments ago when we did have the tremendous hook echo coming in there. Looks like, that kind of went away there for a moment and it's now been absorbed into the rest of this. There's certainly large hail right in this purple area. That's going to be the hail that could reach 2 inches in diameter that they say, larger than ping pong balls. Quite a bit of lightning there associated with it as well. And now having crossed over the interstate, I don't see the exact same signature. Well, yes, you do. Down here at the surface, there it is. Just doesn't show up very well in reflectivity anymore. We flip-flop. Now you can see it really well in the relative velocity that negates movement is what that's doing, is it's negating the actual movement of the storm and just coming up with a relative velocity and the difference between velocity in this. And there's your tornado. Having crossed over the interstate right now and still moving on to the east, and you can follow that backward. If we go back here just a little bit, you can follow it backward and see where it came from. Still looks like a little bit of a northeasterly jog here. Yeah, they might. It's more to the northeast than due east, so they might actually shift this polygon a little bit more because I don't think that's a due east movement there at this point. Actually, so the warnings that we have the 2 tornado warnings there just to the west of Paw Paw, south of Stewart and Lee, north of Sublette, north and east of Sublette, and a couple of other storms that we're watching. Still, we have a tornado watch that goes into this area until 10 o'clock tonight. It is a tornado watch, and you know what we'll be doing? We'll be watching this because that's what you do. Let's see, and let me see if I can do this as well. Have we got anybody's video, Jarvis? Okay. Maybe we can show you some. Oh, yeah, that's a great shot right there. I don't know who this is. Brandon Ivy, actually. So we're watching him drive down the roadway. You can see lightning strikes when they occur. You can sort of see where he's headed. He's in a lot of rain, it looks like, at the moment. So very difficult there for him currently to be able to see much more than what you see without a lightning strike. But he is right there at the edge of it. And so, 2 very distinctive tornado warnings across this region here that we are looking at north of Sublette over to Paw Paw. You're included in that tornado warning. And now the one down here near Atkinson, where we did have a confirmed storm spotter at 553 who reported that as it heads on eastward. That's all embedded, by the way, in a large area of what is being considered as a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour or so. Pretty much for DeKalb and Kane counties until 7:15, with the hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds being expected and projected into this area. Coming into Algonquin here pretty soon. We're getting into some high population centers as we move on along. Very highly populated areas, and so certainly we would want to pay attention to that over the coming hours. A lot of lightning now coming into Sycamore and DeKalb, also into Maple Park area. Some of the lightning beginning to show up into Wayne and North Aurora. And headed on eastward, coming into Chicago a little bit later on. So the whole system is really beginning to take shape here overall, with some of the heavier thunderstorms just off and down to the south. Severe thunderstorm warnings popped up first, and the Weather Service picking up on this as we have gone through the day today and continuing on. And I think we've got... let's see. Let me turn the watches back on so you can see. This is a tornado watch. Still has 3 hours left in this. There may be hail up to 3 inches. Brett was talking about baseball-sized stuff a little bit earlier. Yeah, it's possible. Primary threats, including a few tornadoes. Likely a couple of intense ones are possible, too, with large hail, 3 inches into diameter. That's baseball-sized hail. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds are also possible. Thunderstorms are going to intensify over the next couple of hours. Probably. This is a little bit old. I don't know when this report came out, at 4 o'clock, so it's 2 hours old. But what we're looking at is some basic movement. 270, a little bit north of east is our vector. And so probably coming into Chicago just a little bit later on. And that's where we stand currently at the moment with all of that mess that's going on just off to the north. Into the sections. Let's see. I can go to another radar here and get a better perspective. Not really. Davenport radar still has the bead on this at the moment. Jarvis, if you go over that radar site. Yeah, a lot of lightning here. We've been looking at that over the past little while and trying to check out what was happening there with all of that stuff as it moved on through. Once again, the Severe Storms Prediction Center, they just issued another meso discussion that we'll look at here in just a couple of seconds. And they're still talking about the fact that as these storms move a little bit further onto the east, there could be some additional counties added, I believe, right there into the region. Let's just read it together here. This was issued right at 6 o'clock, so just about 12 minutes ago. And we're still talking about the tornado watch. Number 25 does continue, including supercells with the possibility for tornadoes. The clusters continue to move into southern Lake Michigan over the next several hours. Chicago. Secondary surface low appears to be evolving along the front over southeastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois. Multifaceted corridor of low-level convergence. Arcs east from this feature across northern Illinois over the last few hours. Significant boundary layer moistening has advanced as far north as Rockford, where surface dew points are down in the lower 50s. And over the next few hours, low-level flow may back slightly downstream in advance of the low. This should aid convergence along the warm front straight from Henry, LaSalle, and Iroquois County. And a couple of maturing storms that we were talking about just a few moments ago. Significant rotation observed in supercells embedded in this corridor, given the steep lapse rates observed. Cold air lofts, what they're talking about. Very large hail can be expected with this activity, and the threat is increasing, tornado threat increasing as the parameters become more favorable along the warm front. And this activity should spread toward the southern portions of Lake Michigan, including the Chicago metro area, which was our one of our big concerns going into the last few hours here. Something that we were sort of looking at there too. What was this one about? Did we miss this one? Isolated development possible this evening. Supercells capable of all hazards here. And a watch is possible. This is going to be for the southern part of Indiana and Illinois, Terre Haute. Vincennes and Mount Vernon would be included. That's the area that they're watching across southern Illinois and Indiana, and what may happen there. Here's your little boundary here. This is somewhat of a occlusion happening there to St. Louis, and a warm front that'll be headed on to the east along this area here where the dew points are probably picking up pretty rapidly here as well. Pop off of this for just a second. Let me see if I can find some of the current conditions up there in that area, Jarvis. And yeah, there's what we have currently. These are the HAZ alerts as we see them right now. Bureau Henry observed. The LaSalle Lee is radar indicated, so we'll look at that in just a couple of seconds as well because of that urgency. But I want to show you right now some of the conditions that they are talking about. If we look at the surface data as we see it here, you can see what we're talking about overall is the dew points. That's going to be, if you just take a look at the observation, see the 71 over 60. 71 is the actual temperature. 60 is the dew point temperature. Normally, dew points into the 60s are somewhat needed for long-term successful tornadoes to occur. Notice the dew points up here where we had the tornado warnings. They're into the 40s. So there's a lot of dynamics going on with this system that are driving the shear near the low pressure itself is driving this. You can see the low pressure. Notice the wind barbs the direction they're going in over here. They're going from south to north. And in southern Wisconsin, they're going down to the south. So there's low pressure in here lying right in this area right here. Across here, there's low pressure. You can actually follow it 800 and... what are we looking at? It's pretty low pressure, 988, excuse me. Yeah. So go back to the radar for just a second. Let me see what I can find out about that too, because that's pretty interesting to me. I'm going to go find some more data there about that. I will, hold on. Guy in my ear just said keep talking, but he doesn't want his voice on here, so hold on for just a second. There we go. I knew I could make those bigger. Dew points. All right, you can go back now and let's talk about these dew point conditions here that we're looking at, which are pretty interesting because you can see that 60-degree dew point line is it's screwed up there. And where we have our tornado warnings, they're going to be just to the west. Let me get rid of that. They're going to be north of Ottawa. So here's where our tornado warnings are occurring roughly through here, where the dew points are minimal. Like 55 or so. And the tornado warning that we have right now near east of Amboy, some of the conditions that you see up here actually, look how low these dew points are. So all this is happening in an environment that's not exactly what you call conducive for the moment. And if we look at some of the, they went to black, but hold on, here it comes. If you look at this, 988, and I saw 970 there. So 988, we got fairly low pressure coming through the region. It was 986, now beginning to rise. So the front has actually passed through that area. And now they have a north wind gusting. So the winds have been, you just sort of see, and we went from 69 to 60 in 519. So in about 35 minutes, we fell 9 degrees here at this area, which is Sublette, Illinois. And you can see over here on the graph where the temperature fell pretty rapidly there. The blue line is going to be the dew point line. Not blue, purple, I guess you'd say, is the dew point line there. And that's when it really began to fall. So all this is happening really because of the shear aloft. We don't have a lot of cape here. You've heard low cape, high shear. That's what 90% of what's happening here is all due to at this very moment. And that's pretty interesting to me that all that is kind of going on here as we look at this sort of situation. And the temperatures, the dew points are really low. Now they're higher over here in areas around Chicago. We got 63 at Joliet. 63 is, that's pretty juicy, especially when you got 63. What's it going to be? It's going to be like 72 over 63. What was it in Joliet? These are, in some cases, these are going to be record highs for the day today up in both of these areas. Sorry, that went to black, but it's my internet, I guess, trying to figure all this out. Like I said, record highs were expected up into here. So it was 73. It's now 66 with a southeast wind. Thunder being reported right there at Lewis University Airport in Illinois. And with some gusts up to 22 miles per hour. Southeast at 15, gusting up there. Sorry. My cat just brought me a toy. Got to throw it away. I'm going to go back to the radar here for just a couple of minutes. And once again, I get you updated on where our tornado warnings are. Sublette to Compton. This is still a tornado warned storm here for the moment. The National Weather Service continues this for the next 23 minutes for this area. Where is it likely occurring? It's going to be right in this region, just off to the north. Actually, the signature is going out of the polygon here in a moment. I see another signature off to the north, and then we're getting out of the range that this radar can handle. This is the end of the radar. You got another little rotation right there between DeKalb and Waterman that is a little bit concerning. And then this one right here, which is our tornado warning north of Paw Paw. And so that's about to move out of the polygon. They got to make a choice here in just a couple of minutes whether or not they're going to extend that. The one down to the south is not exactly what it was a few moments ago. There's still rotation there. I still see it. But maybe not it was just a little earlier. In fact, it kind of looks like it folded over there completely. If you keep going up, is that new? To 621? Oh, it's just now beginning to become new. So you can see what happened there. And again, this is the end of the upper levels a little bit. It's pretty high. But even that's beginning to break up just a little bit. You can see that spin rotation as it comes into the new tornado warning, which cut all that off back to the west over to Atkinson and beyond. Now I'm wondering if I need to go to another radar here. Quite possibly do. It's for 37 minutes, so that was a new tornado warning. Oh, they canceled the western. So they did cancel the western part of that, but they continued it for Bureau County. So this all got canceled just a few moments ago, which is, the way it should have been because it's past there. This is Bureau County. Manlius is over here, Sheffield. And there's where the upper level part of the rotation is. I can go down a little bit further here and show you. Very broad down. The further down you go, it's even broader and broader. To where it doesn't look like a lot is going on there at the moment. Nonetheless, we don't make that call. The Weather Service continues the tornado warning there, and so will we. Now, they did issue this as a tornado warning. That thing I drew just a few minutes ago, brand new tornado warning now issued for the next 51 minutes. This is brand new for DeKalb County. And that goes up to Maple Park and down to Hinckley. The National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning for DeKalb County in north central Illinois until 7:15. Capable of producing a tornado, quite possibly there near Waterman and DeKalb. It's moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. Dangerous storm near Maple Park at about 640. Near Maple Park at about 640. 3/4 of an inch diameter. Hail, and now we're still looking at the other part of this storm in the northwestern corner. Remember, I talked about this. I didn't really think it was going eastward. It is traveling a little bit north and eastward because it ended up over here and not down here. So here is your rotation. That's where the tornado is likely going to be. It is moving northeastward, not due east, as the polygon sort of indicated there. So now we have 3 individual tornado warnings. Not sure what they're going to do with this one down to the south, but this one is somewhat new, and this one is brand new. The tornado warning off to the north here, 3/4 inch size hail is likely with that storm also. And we could probably go to LOT and get a better idea of what's happening with that. Sure we can. You know, this is a little, this right here. Who is? Is he one of our guys? Pull him up. Adam Lucio is over in Pawpaw right now. I think is he just sitting still, or is that a frozen? All right. We'll show you. He's in Pawpaw right now, which has a tornado report. I don't know if he did that. This is from the public. They're saying there is a funnel showing there in Pawpaw. Multiple shots shared by social media reporting a funnel cloud near Pawpaw. And our guy is right there into the area. So, which, by the way, is away from one of the rotations. There are sort of 2 separate rotations that are occurring here within that. One went northward. Yeah, this is a little... See, I wouldn't have called that a tornado down there. I would have said our tornado was up there on 39, a little bit closer to 39. This is where I would assume... And let me back it up to see what the original tornado was. Yeah, see, that was our original tornado. They went north, you know, a little bit north of east. Actually, just kind of due northeast. But a tornado down here in Pawpaw, or a funnel cloud, was reported. That's not out of the, you know, totally out of the ordinary. And then this is super broad up here. This is more of a gusty sort of a situation. Let me go up a little higher and see if I can find any spin. I don't really see any spin right there. This is all somewhat linear to me. This is kind of just right through here is a little bit of a gust sort of situation. Go down. Maybe some spin right there along 23. Right in there. So now if I pull out just a little bit more, I can show you what we're looking at here is overall reflectivity. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings lined up within our tornado watch box. Again, there's a tornado watch that goes from Peoria northward. I don't know if anything's going to happen south of this whole mess right here, but we'll be watching to see exactly what's happening. But we got several different cells now. We got one down here a little bit further down to the south that we've been watching. In fact, we'll go to the DVN radar to take a little bit closer look at that because it's pretty far away. It's a very potent storm there, again, just north of I-80. Very potent sort of a situation there that could, you know, trigger, just like the others. There's no reason why it couldn't still trigger some sort of a tornado warning here as we move along. And then a little bit further to the north, we have a few more that are ongoing here also that we're watching. Those are continuing to move on northeastward. This one out of the polygon, another one still in. A little noisy sort of a situation as we call it, but nonetheless, the possibility... you got to go to another radar here. We'll go back over here to LOT and take a look. Yeah, you got several things going on. I think this is maybe the most imminent here at the moment. There's easily right in there. There's some strong rotation north of Waterman. This is all going to be associated there on 23 County 23 and north of US 30 and south of I-88. It looks like moving northeastward, and that would include all that area from Maple Park down to the south that you should be paying attention to. And like I said, the further east we go, these are huge population centers here. As we get a little bit further to the east, these are going to be areas that we'll look at in the hours to come. And you see on our has alerts situation here that some of these are high population centers, although the polygons aren't that large, but still you got a little over 500,000 people in DeKalb and Kane counties where there's a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. That expires in 45 minutes. Possible tornado warning wording with that as well. 1.75-inch size hail. Likely with that, and some 60-mile-per-hour winds are also possible, as well as DeKalb, Kane counties. And got, 613,000 people. Lee Ogle, about 50,000 people are involved in that severe thunderstorm warning there also. The polygons are small. The DeKalb, Bureau, LaSalle, Lee, tornado warnings, those are small polygons until you get further and further out. But that Waterman storm there just off to the north looks pretty ominous here at the moment. Waterman is what we're talking about, from Waterman a little bit further on to the north, where this situation is somewhat unfolding before our very eyes here going into the next several hours. We're following this super closely because a lot of these thunderstorms moving into that high population center obviously could be very dangerous as we go through the next couple of hours, and nighttime only aids and abets this whole situation to where it's just nasty. It's a nasty situation that is unfolding across almost all this region, and that is a likely tornado coming northward throughout the entirety of this area. Correlation coefficient. Let me see if we got anything there that looks ominous here. Again, this is, you might as well call this a debris signature map. And what you see is a bunch of rain is falling there in the purple areas that you see. And then we're looking for some sort of anomaly, different colors that would be showing up that would show us that the radar, the beam then is not seeing the same. It sees something different, or what we would call an anomaly. One of the precursors to that is this beam that goes out. See this sort of elongated beam? Sometimes that tells us it might be hail, a hail reflection. But sometimes those are a precursor. If you follow them all the way back, you can see some sort of signature that might be involved there. I don't exactly see it in this as well as I'd like to say, all right, we got obvious debris here. But the Weather Service, they watch this too. And it's the only thing really, other than observation, that they'll call a tornado warning for. So there was another, let's see, there's another tornado report there by the public of that funnel cloud down near Paw Paw, halfway to the ground, just north of Compton. So there are two reports there of funnel clouds with that southernmost part of that situation. And then we had a large hail report, 1.5 inch reported there. A little bit further to the north and south is Stewart that we were watching there also. Coming into the Chicago metro area, I don't know exactly there just yet. We'll take a look at some of our data here in a few minutes, see if we can figure that out. But right now, that's possible. Brandon Ivy again, I think we're going to be checking out him in just a couple of seconds, seeing what he's got. He is watching live from the area right there and looking at in Donut, Illinois. Oh, Mendota. Mendota's right there. I thought you said Donut, Illinois. I never heard of Donut, Illinois. He's in Mendota. He's a little bit south of Paw Paw here at the moment. Let me go down with that tilt again. Sometimes I forget to take that down. He's in Mendota. You can't outrun these storms, by the way, so he might actually just be waiting on this next one to come on by. If he's in Mendota that far to the south and he's not moving, I think he's probably waiting for the next one to come from south to north. There's another report up here. It looks like near Waterman, the public reporting just moments ago, Train Spotter reporting a tornado on the ground 2 miles northeast of Waterman, 2 miles northeast of Waterman. Now that doesn't, as I look at that right there, that doesn't just bleed tornado to me on the ground, but we have eyes on it, so that's a little bit more prominent there. Still, yeah, so this is a tornado right there over the area. And this is, again, just north of Waterman there is a tornado. I think I saw it on Tilt 3 better than anything. Right about there is your tornado warning. So as it moves on to the east, Caneville would be next. I don't see a whole lot of towns there at the moment up ahead of us, but we're in between US 30 and I-88. In between 30 and I-88, and a likely tornado. The original is now way up here, north of 88. The original, one of the original tornadoes, if you followed that pretty far to the south. So it kind of looks like now we have two circulations going on. One right there, one right here. Definitely. And then another down to the south here. This thing is moving away from Paw Paw. So they're about to let this tornado warning be canceled as it goes further on to the east. But you see they did push the tornado warning a little bit further eastward as well. Storm velocity. This is 24 more minutes. I don't know. Is that gone? Did they cancel that? That was at 6:31. Okay. Remains in effect. Producing a tornado is located in Manlius. Moving east at 30. Gotta switch radars probably because I don't see it there. There's still some spin right there. Maybe not like it was, but there's still some spin right about there in the northern part of that polygon. That's all going northeast. And then basically what we see across the rest of the area here as well. See if I can back up here just a little bit. If you go back in time, we can show you some of the original. I think I can go back pretty far here. This was the original stuff that looked just horrible down there, right there. I'm actually going to save this because I want to go back and look at it. Wait a minute, do that. Let's do this. And if you'll allow me to save it because I want to go back and look at this stuff. All that headed northward and eastward. Let's see what we got as far as storm reports. Internet running a little bit slow for me here tonight. We have 4 tornado reports here at the moment for today. Nope, that's not today. How is that possible? Anyway, that's where we are with what we presently have. There's that tornado. That's the public saying it's on the ground 2 miles to the northeast of Waterman. So you follow that a little bit further off to the northeast, you can see the trajectory that we're moving at there. KLOT is where we'll go. And take a look at our, you don't see it there specifically, but if you go to storm relative velocity, definitely we can see three different situations here that are ongoing. The one right there into the central part, that's still moving on northeastward. 2 circulations there that bear watching. The one off to the north here, that's going to be right there along 88. We're actually looking at 88 down to, the other side of that would be US 30, I think, on the south side of this. And the rotation, the spin that's associated with that is in both of those areas. Tornado on the ground, though. This is supposedly confirmed. Not supposedly. It's observed there. Tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado near Waterman, 7 miles to the south of the cab. That was at 6:32, 5 minutes ago. So it is further east of there by now. And if you just wanted to sort of look at it, you can see it's about 3.5 miles, now 4 miles away from Waterman, with a brand new radar that just updated just moments ago. And all of that still headed on to the east. Overall, just a messy area here no matter what you do. Or where you go. Give me 1 second here. So we do have the 2 tornado reports. It's Atkinson and the one that we're looking at here in Waterman. Atkinson was Henry County, and that was going to be a little while ago. Quite a few hail reports, some of it large, from Whiteside, Illinois, Henry County, Lee County. Also some large hail reports. Ping pong ball size hail being reported quite a few times there. And several of those reports. 7. And then the 2 tornado reports that we have currently at the moment as well that we are looking at. So following all of this stuff off to the east. And where would it go? You know, if you go on, if it's a little bit further to the east than north, then we're not too far away from the northern sections of Chicago, actually. Moving into Oak Park, Schaumburg, and Elgin here very shortly. Algonquin off to the north, Joliet down to the south, and still moving eastward. This is a little bit more of a comma boundary that you can see sort of here at the moment, right in there. That's blowing off eastward like that. And then you got your spins that are up in this area here. You have to go up pretty high in elevation to see those at some points. Down to the surface, you don't really see that as well. We're tilting up into 3 or 4 there. I mean, that looks somewhat straight line to me. The only exception would be right there. You got a little kink that's ongoing there. So that's the likely tornado down to the south, and a possible tornado off to the north there too that we're looking at north and east of Waterman. So what's producing tornadoes actually is not exactly what you'd always see on the radar imagery. The tornado production here doesn't have to look full-blown in order to see that actually taking place. So kind of what we're looking at there overall from the west and to the east and over Wheaton and the Schaumburg area. Watch out what's happening in both of those regions as we go through the next little while. We've only got 3 warnings here at the moment. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for DeKalb and Kane County. That's going to be a little over 600,000 people involved with that one. The DeKalb County tornado warning, radar indicated now. Still saying we've got about 10,000 people in that tornado warning. Which actually, now they're saying there's no more observed tag with that. Now they're saying that this is, well. So they did issue a second, you know, I was talking about there's 2 rotations. Well, there obviously are. So there's now a second tornado warning, a second polygon actually, a tiny polygon. If you look at the radar, pull it full screen for just a second, because I don't think I can explain this or anywhere where it could be understood. There are 3 polygons here. Let's see. Let me just do this. I'm trying to find the best way to show this without all the crud. See the 3 polygons? So we got one back to the west here. This is going to be in effect for a little while longer. I think it's probably a minute. And I don't see why they would reissue that. So I think that one goes away. We'll have 2. We'll have this one, and then see this tiny little polygon that they brought up here, and that's because of that secondary rotation that I was showing you just a few moments ago. Let me see if I can find some information about that. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Hinckley. 7 miles to the southeast of DeKalb, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. You don't see it here in the reflectivity, but if you go to our velocity data, you still don't see it. But if you go up quite a bit, up into the upper atmosphere, there's a little bit better indication there, especially of that one to the north. This is tornado number 1, tornado number 2, I don't know, about right there. So we have 1 and 2 ongoing here. And this thing back to the west over Paw Paw is about to be allowed to expire. It had 1 more minute. Go away. I know the minute's over. It's got 0 minutes now, but it's still up there. Go away, dude. That's convergence down to the south, and then a little spin still here and there off to the north. And all that is embedded into a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Hold on just a sec. Try to answer some. I don't see YouTube, but I'm going to. All right, let's see. Now I can see the questions. Not enough trained firefighters
going
in the
this
area.
way.
They have to call for help from other states. Maybe so. Cody says a couple of strong deals right there. Yeah, there absolutely are, Cody. Lucio got a perfect shot of it. Got a brother in Naperville, Chicago. Yeah, we're kind of watching that area there too. Someone, Bradley Castillo's in Atkinson. I'd like to hear Bradley tell me what happened in Atkinson. Somebody decided it had reached occlusion and it hadn't been on the ground for that long. That's a... I don't know if you can call that from just looking at the radar. I don't see questions. I see a lot of comments. So, Tina says, "Hi, y'all. Hi back at you, Tina. Hope you're safe this evening." So currently, that's where we are. Are we in a down moment? It's hard to say. We don't have an observed tornado. We got radar indicated tornadoes and a couple of possibles that are out there. Severe thunderstorm warnings that have just now popped up off to the east of where all that tornado stuff was going on. But now the tornado threat is a little bit further on to the east as well. The tilt situation here, we've been having to look above the ground quite a bit to find the rotations because they didn't show up very well on the ground. This thing has some really high wind coming across I-88 at the moment near Maple Park. I'd at least pay attention to that. Now that's up at tilt 4. But come down to the ground, it won't be as ominous there. But this is an outflow. This is right there. That's blowing outward in one direction. I don't see a couplet coming back in the other direction associated with that at all. The second tornado warning that we had is now up here near Plato Township, it looks like, headed a little bit toward West Dundee, if you will, south of Algonquin. That is one rotation occurring. They did just issue a new tornado warning in advance of the storm that's back over Maple Park. Brand new tornado warning for Kane County. That issued just a second ago, it looks like. West central Kane County and northeastern Illinois, a tornado is possible. This is all moving to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. And again, you can see the population is going up. More and more Kane County, we're at 13,000 now. It's a small polygon. But the further you move to the east, we're going to see these polygons producing some really much higher population centers going through time. Pretty much is what we'll be watching overall. Algonquin down to Carpentersville, Schaumburg into Oswego, Joliet. You're a little far north of the situation here, but pretty much what we are watching is what you see. How are the Texas-Oklahoma wildfires? Still very windy and gusty. The gold front's moved into northwestern Oklahoma. We're kind of looking at that. We'll take a quick peek down into there and see what we see on the radar imagery. We were following the radar a little bit earlier today where we had a point of fires that were down there, and we can show you again Nothing like what we saw earlier in the day today. Brad and I were talking about this and whether or not there was any containment at all. When you were fighting the fire, here's the way it was working out. And I don't know if there's containment. It looks like several fires there now that are now beginning to blow from the north down to the south. And I absolutely see those. I know that when you're fighting a fire let me just talk about this. When you're fighting a fire here and the wind is blowing in from from west to east, so this was the predominant wind right here at the surface and aloft, because all this is smoke. Here was the origination of the fires. One here and one about, let's see if I can go forward. See, both of them originated right there. Fritch and Stennett. And they were blowing in that direction. So, fighting the fire, when you're fighting the fire, then I'm not a firefighter. Should probably have one, but it makes common sense to me to know that if you're fighting a fire there, then you're having to fight it all the way around it like this to contain it, like, on all these sides. So like 350 degrees is where you're trying to contain this thing. If you can stay behind it, I would assume is the way you fight that thing at this point. Now, as the wind began to shift, notice that the plume of radar returns, or the smoke and ash, now follows the front a little bit, because now suddenly we had a wind coming in out of the north like this. The frontal boundary, the boundary was down in here. Now the winds are coming in out of the north. So notice the origination point of the fires. Where are they? Where's the origination point? Well, it's where you see the radar echo begin, or in this case, maybe even end. There's some of the stuff you're seeing right there. I don't know who that's from, but there's some indication there. And now you see there may be a point there of origin, a point there of origin, here, here, and here. So these are areas where we still have fire, or an origin, beginning of a fire, maybe even out here, I don't know. And now the smoke plume is headed southward. So it looks like there could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fires that are big enough to be producing a smoke plume that is predominant enough to be picked up by the radar. And now if you include the radar, here if we just look at the radar, where it is, I'll quit it. If you look at the radar and where it is here at this point, there it is. KMA. We're 1,000 feet up. Only 1,000 feet with the beam. So the smoke, we know the smoke is that high up. And I see several, like 5 or 6 different fires. But now you're fighting these. At least you don't have to go back and fight them on the left side. You know what I mean? Because now the left side already burned. So it's now blowing back in a direction. It's a new direction, but the left side already burned. So there ought to be a little bit better containment there, I would think, from some of that. Again, I'm not a firefighter. I'm just using common sense here and thinking out loud. If you're a firefighter, tell me it's different. Thick smoke in Amarillo? Absolutely. And I think it's only going to get thicker. The way that trajectory is. What caused the fires? I wouldn't even begin to speculate. They're so... it's a little... I don't know. Seems a little odd to me, because there at least... I think there are quite a few fires there. I don't think it's 1 or 2. I think there are quite a few fires there. This is one time you can't blame your cell company. I won't even say which. Well, who cares is something for later. I think we all care who's who or what, or especially what. It's super dry there. The governor's already said it's a disaster. Sort of here that he's taking close watch on, but it's super dry and super windy. Two ingredients that you can't have for fires. So,
All right, Dave. Sorry about that. I'm back with you now.
all right, B.
Um,
So what we've been
looking
talking
at-
about, all this stuff that's going on, down we have a cluster, more of a cluster. LOT radar has everything sort of clustered together here, and you have to go in and pick out, where these tornadoes are now at the moment, and signatures are a little different than they were earlier.
Yeah, it looks a lot more QLCS-ish at the moment. That's what I was just taking a look to see what we had here. You got a little kink in the line, or a couple little kinks in the line, but I mean, those look like they would be the short-lived type tornadoes.
Yeah.
Up there northwest of Chicago. Basically, looks like those right now are running along a line from Algonquin, southern Wisconsin, not
South of Hinckley, I think we got two tornadoes quite possibly here coming out of south of Hinckley. Can you see the radar, our radar?
Yeah, it looks like you got two storms right there that are trying to merge, and you've got a circulation on each piece of that. Yeah, right there at Hinckley, especially the one on the south. Well, two of them are southeast of town there.
Yeah.
Pretty intense rotation there at the moment.
Especially, let me see if I can go up, because when I was you could see it a whole lot better on some of the tilts, different tilts that you made me see. You can see the Maple Park one a whole lot better up there at tilt 3.
Looks like we got debris that's actually about to cross on the east side of Hinckley there. Is that it's not the interstate? What is that? That's 30, Highway 30 there.
US 30.
We've got some evidence of debris there, but it's going to go on the east side of. Is that Hinckley?
Hinckley,
yeah, Hinckley and
Big Rock.
Big Rock. Yep, between Hinckley and Big Rock there, and it looks like that's actually. Let me see if that's a confirmed deal now. It's radar indicated still, but I would be safe to say that's a likely tornado there. Just about to cross US 30 east of Hinckley, west of Big Rock. It's going to come really close to the intersection there of I believe that's County Road 24 or State Highway 24 there, east of Hinckley.
Yeah, north and east of Waterman was a pretty good CC drop there for just a moment, and there was a tornado. See the CC drop right there.
Oh, we got. Yeah, I've got a live tornado right now. If you pull Adam Lucio's feed, we got a cone tornado here in Waterman.
That's what we.
What was that? A little while ago.
I think it was a little while ago, wasn't it?
Maybe that's east of Waterman right now. Hold on, let me see.
Maybe.
I'm checking.
I know, like 10 minutes ago, he had one too, or somebody online said he did.
Let's see. Yeah, that was a few moments ago, I guess, east of Waterman there. We've actually got a shot of this tornado on our camera system. Hold on, Jarvis, I'm gonna send this over.
So like at 6:31, it was 30 minutes ago when the CC drop was there, and it also at 6:30, a train spotter said they had a tornado on the ground there, and that's when this CC drop you can see on screen right now came in, and then it kind of went away right after that. I couldn't find it. Same thing anymore, but
yeah, I've got
everything's a tad trashy.
I've got visual of that real quick. Let me see if I can send this over to Jarvis. See if he can get this to display, because this was literally just a few moments ago.
It's actually easier to send it to me, isn't it, Jarvis?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to your messenger here, or should I just send it to your your text?
Send it to my messenger. Yeah, text.
Okay. All right, David, I'm gonna send that right here. It's coming across right now. Let me see here. Dadgum.
I love it when you cuss.
I said dadgum. I didn't even cuss,
I know.
David.
That's what I mean.
Here you go. This was coming off of our chasing application. You should have it now, David. We can throw this up. This was the tornado just a little bit ago there near Waterman. I believe that's the storm that's north of Caneville now at this point.
You can pull it, Jarvis. Was that a lightning strike that illuminated that, or?
I would imagine it was. But you can see the debris cloud there on the ground.
Yep.
And you can see the cone above it. So there was a confirmed tornado there east of Waterman just a little while ago. That's from Adam Lucio. He had that live on our live storm chasing application. So if you were watching that, you got to witness that live. And, you know, given what I see with those cells right now, they're going northwest of Chicago, northwest of Joliet. There's likely going to be a couple of spin ups, at least with this, until it hits the lake.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'll tell you what, B. I mean, all this was kind of happening too. Jarvis, go over to my other pad for just a moment. I hate to do that, but I wish if I had the button here, I'd do it. I don't know if you saw all this, but we were kind of looking at the environment all this was happening in. And now pull it back up, Jarvis. The show B. These are dew points from the current dew points, actually. And this was the environment all this has been happening in was, you know, not exactly dynamic. Did we lose him?
No, it wasn't incredibly dynamic. No, and it's right there along the cold front, which is typically, you know, right there underneath the surface low, I think is what is causing this to actually take fruition. If you notice the areas that were, you know, some of the areas that were forecast earlier to be maybe your hotspot areas further to the south and east, that didn't happen due to capping. There's a lot of limitations down there, lower dew points, and warmer temperatures. Temperatures warmed up into the 80s in some of these areas, upper 70s, low 80s. They kept it capped off through much of the evening, much of the afternoon into the evening. So it took the surface low and the forcing to really get anything going further to the north with this activity this evening.
Yeah, I mean, you got 50s there. We had a tornado warning there with a 51 a while ago, a 51 dew point when it went over there. So we had a lot of shear, like Brett said. It was all, in fact, I think I can show you where the low pressure is at the moment, because we can put our wind barbs up there and see that, you know, kind of like right about there near Sheridan is where it looks like you got a northerly wind back to the west of I-30. You got a southerly wind there just off to the east. So roughly north of Ottawa is where the low pressure center is, and the adjacent spinach shear that we had going along with this, but dew points were not way up there to cause. Let's see, I think I can actually do, there's a 977 back. Did you see there was a 977? I don't know if that's real.
I don't either. That looks a little low. That
there's a 987. There's a lot of 987s though.
Yeah, there's 980s for sure, for certain.
Let's just see what this is. It's in inches, and I don't know. 2976, 77? That ain't right. That's broke.
Yeah, that's broken.
They need to fix that so they don't mess with us. 2958. 2858. So anyway, I don't know. Look, like you said, it looks very linear now. It looks very.
Well, at this point, I think it may be a good opportunity for us to. There's a couple tornado warnings in effect. Nothing imminent at the moment. It's maybe an opportunity for us to break away for a few minutes and reconvene if we come back with if we have a tornadic situation with something actually getting close to the ground. And as this moves into the populated areas there on the west and northwest side of Chicago, from Aurora north and west, or excuse me, Aurora to the north and east, you know, this could get pretty nasty in a hurry if we do get any of these circulations drop tornadoes here in the next, 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, I agree, because I don't feel my butt at the moment, so I could move around a little bit.
All right. Well, let's reconvene here in just a few moments.
Leave the
For
radar
David.
up or something.
Yeah, we can let the radar go here, and we'll come back as anything looks substantial.
Hey Jarvis, why don't you double the box there with radar on my left iPad, and he has alerts on the double box.
Yep, that sounds like a great idea.
Good info.
Yep. So you guys can continue to monitor the radar and the information here over the next little bit, and we'll basically keep you updated as the situation continues to evolve this evening, and as it begins to move toward the metro area here, toward let's see.
It's a
Yeah,
little
toward
north.
Chicago.
I don't know. It's a close call, Chicago north, but certainly up into Algonquin here pretty soon, and then Wayne and Aurora and Naperville, Schaumburg. Watch out because it is coming in that direction. A little different features now. It's not supercells anymore. It's along the line. It's that we're looking at, but you get kinks along those line and embedded tornadoes. So, as Brett said, we'll be following this for you the rest of this event. Should stuff get real again, we got some video to show you. We'll certainly pop up and do that. So, for now, we're going to break away for a few minutes and stay with us.
Hailing in Naperville. Thank you, Nade. Yeah, my chase is pretty much done. There's some hail heading for my home, though. Yeah, it's a nice little. There's gonna be a nice little line of storms hitting Hood Base there in about 15 minutes. Looks like quarter size. Bear with me here, folks. I am handling media uploads right now. Make sure that gets out to broker. Oh, it's just a cute little shower behind me. Yeah, this bookend vortex going through Libertyville is looking pretty gnarly on radar there. Not a real tight circulation. But a nice little comma head going through the north side of Chicago. If anyone took the long way around and went up into the city, props to y'all. Probably getting a good light show downtown there. Let's see, so I've got to do this in the drive. There are so many things to do. Storm chase. Once it's over. Share drives. Adam Lucio. Here's my upload. Okay, Google Drive. What's up? There it is. All right. Alright, let's see what Alec is up to. Let's see. I'm pretty much ready to...
Dude, I just cannot believe that I was right behind you. Like, I'm talking a mile or so, and I pulled off in a water bit because the storm started, like, fucking shit. Downflow dominant and acid and shelfie. And then it just fucking kinks and mixes up. 5 minutes east of where I was sitting, so that's just how it goes sometimes. Because after the heat was ready, yeah, like, there was nothing for sure after that, so, yeah, I was down there for 15 more minutes. That's a great beginning night, but whatever. Yeah, we got that long earlier with some lads, so I can't complain for February. It's kind of a difficult chase, especially when I'm solo with no, like, I had nothing going on after I was enough, and I was trying to find the roads and everything out at the same time while not getting killed, so. But, yeah, dude, do your thing, make some money, and, I will be here, tomorrow, just have some beer and, chilling, so. But yeah, it's just Wednesday, but right off of my ED, so if that, sounds good to you, you got Western Coast today, so.
Oh yeah, I see it over there in Malta. Yeah, I'm about 45 minutes away. Well, maybe not that far. Let's see. Yeah, I see it over there, Malta. It's about 35 miles back to my west. So I'm actually closer to the hood. So I might just go there, sleep for a couple hours, take a power nap, and then start the drive back to Texas. Honestly, I'm not going to start that drive now at 8 o'clock. But yeah, I'll probably just head back to the hood, sleep there for a few hours, and then hit the road before sunrise. 'Cause I don't want to get caught up in traffic and blah blah blah. So I do appreciate the offer, the invite. Sucks we couldn't meet up, but you were smart to recognize the trends, to not drive all the way to Gilman. Watching the day evolve, and at least we can say that. That thing actually went on to produce a long-lived tornado. Started like by Sugar Grove, ended in Batavia, but I could not get back ahead of it. Once I started hitting the stoplights in the metro, like, it was game over. It just wasn't happening. So it would be interesting to see what they find. I came across some limbs down and stuff, but didn't see any significant damage, nor have I heard any reports. But well, it's just one of those things. It does feel good to be on the board in February. You get the skunk off your back for the year. That always feels good. So, at least we got a chase day in February. Calling the old pops in Chicago.
Hello?
Hey Dad, it's me. I'm probably gonna come back to the house tonight and sleep. I'm over by Shabana.
I saw your video or your picture of the funnel stuff.
Yeah, no, that was actually a tornado. It had debris and everything, so I got one out over there by Hinckley, which is just east of Shabana. So
That's pretty cool.
yeah, I'm not gonna start the drive since I'm farther away from Texas. I'll probably just go back to the house, sleep for a few hours, and then probably leave. Probably about the time to go to work. 4 or 5 a.m. Start my drive.
Well, yeah, it's probably smarter and safer that way.
Yeah, that's just since I'm farther away. Like, I wouldn't be getting, if I left now, I wouldn't be getting back till like 11 a.m. That doesn't sound fun. So there's no need to rush. So I'll come back, take a nap for a few hours, and then leave.
Alright, well, just be safe. I got the screen door open.
Okay, I have a key, so honestly, I'm only an hour away, so I'll be there before 10 o'clock.
Alright, well, there's food. There's leftovers. Help yourself to anything in there.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Thank you.
Alright.
All right, bye. All right, folks, I think I am going to start my drive back. Do you use base velocity or storm relative velocity? I use storm relative velocity, Larry. In my opinion, that's better because storm relative velocity accounts for the storm motion. When you're using base velocity, that's calculating the velocity based on just the wind profile of the atmosphere relative to like the speed, from within the storm. The storm relative velocity takes into consideration the movement of the storm, which direction it's heading. So in my opinion, storm relative velocity is better, and that's the preferred one that I use. Yeah, that's the one to use, in my opinion, for sure. So appreciate you hanging out on the stream. Appreciate everybody for hanging out on the stream. If anybody sent any super chats, greatly appreciate it. Looks like Theme Pro became a marginal. I'll be posting videos from the event. I have a photo of the tornado already up, but I'll be posting more, plus short video clips. And then, attention will turn to the next one. Sunday's looking like an active day out there in the plains. So, we're just getting into severe weather season, so it's time. This won't be the last stream. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. If you're in the path of any storms, which looks like, real quick, there's not much going on out there right now. Southern Illinois, southern Indiana will probably start getting pretty active here. But this bow echo is about to move over Lake Michigan. South side of Chicago, you're getting some winds and some small hail now. But everybody stay safe out there. Thank you. Bye.